Good morning, everyone. My name is Wanda Minnings, and I'm the chair of the Corporate Services Committee. It's 9 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. Agenda item B, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? No, seeing none. Agenda item C. Delegations, we have none, so we'll go to agenda item D, the consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item? Member Cox?
Through the chair, I think I pulled 2.3 and 2.4. I talked to the clerk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to receive the correspondence's information?
Thank you. Motion to adopt the agenda reads that the agenda be adopted, including consent items, with the exception of items number D 2.3 and D 2.4.
Thank you. Do we have a mover? Member Taylor and a seconder, Member McIntyre. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. Item E, did we adopt the agenda? Sorry, I think I heard you say that. Okay, wonderful. Moving right along, we're on agenda item F, reports from officials. We'll start with recreation and facilities. I'll turn this over to Mr. Belfry, please.
Good morning. Before you have a report on the Westshore recreation facility upgrades. We've come back, we've reviewed the project and asked for a submission from the original architects, Chamberlain, on the redesign of the facility. We were looking at adding a fitness center, walking track, and then the zero carbon upgrades to the facility. In discussions with Chamberlain, they did submit a proposal to us. We did have $150,000 in the budget to cover this. It has come back at a lot higher amount. We would require additional $340,687. 90% of that would be funded from the development charges reserve, and then the 10% from recreation facilities. This is to take us through the redesign of the project, since there are substantial redesigns to make it zero carbon and add these other components to the facility. This would take us through till the end of the project. Within that funding is also included the administration of the contract, as the build is estimated that the build would take 10 months to complete from Chamberlain. There are contingencies in there as well of about $40,000 just at 10%. I didn't reach out when I saw that large amount to colleagues who work in the industry and that I've worked with before and asked if this is on par. It is at 5%, which is on par of a project. We are doing a substantial redesign from 8 years ago. I did ask if we went back out to market, how would that look? And they said we would have, because the design has already been done and was done so long ago, these companies would essentially be starting over again on the project. So we would lose that resource, and the RFP that we would come out would be a little difficult to issue with all the different design and with the new bidders on it. So looking at that and taking that into account, we decided that it would be best to stay with Chamberlain and keep the investment we did 8 years ago. I'm going to keep working towards the final product. So before you have our recommendation that we go with Chamberlain. We did provide 2 options. The other option was to go back out to RFP, but that would take significant amount of time to develop the RFP, then get back out to market, and then come back. And if we want to get this project rolling by year end and have that ready for budget, so we know where we're at, as it's estimated, if we estimate the construction at $500 per square foot for the facility, we're about at the $10 million mark. Add in other things as the parking lot, finalizing the parking lot, any other things you want to do on the property outside, whether it's splash pad or outdoor rink, you could be up into the $12 million mark. which is not a bad price for a facility of 20,000 square foot facility. That's actually not a bad price for that. So if we want to get this project going, we've made this recommendation that we go with Chamberlain, get the design done and get out to market and see where we're at for the budget.
Okay, thank you. Member Cox and then Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Mr. Belfry, I'm in favor of this because I think we've come so far. We need to keep going forward on it, and I like the fact that included is the future of with them working with us. If someone was to ask if they wanted to fundraise for something for this project, would we have a list of things that or active things they could buy or activities they could look at to fundraise for with some goals? If we could get a list of something, just in case there's groups out there who might want to help out on their community and show their support.
Through the chair to Member Cox, that is something we can definitely develop. We haven't hit that stage yet, but for sure there are many items I can envision right now that we could look for community groups to help fundraise for and sponsor.
Yeah, I just thought maybe if we start now, we would be ready if someone came forward and said, I'd like to do something, or someone. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. And I know, is Andrew here just to, or maybe, or Andrew's nothing, the growth that's happening in the Westshore area and growth, what do you call it, the development charges would help pay for this. Do we have any idea what that number may be based on the number of new homes there that are going in? I don't know, Andrew, I hate to put you on the spot.
Okay, Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to, I guess, Mr. Belfry, how much do we, I haven't been able to determine, how much did we initially pay Chamberlain for, at the beginning for their design and so on?
Through the chair to Member McIntyre, it was, I believe, around 175,000.
So then, therefore, we're now adding 425,000, whatever it is.
That is correct. We're adding
Okay.
additional funding.
And we're like 8 years out from the initial. Okay. And secondly, through the chair, I believe we got the land from the developer, did we not? Anything further from them in terms of contributing to the build out? I guess it would be you, Madam CEO.
The developer contributes through their building permit process and collecting the development charges.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see we have Mr. Plunkett on the phone. We'll go to you for a response to Member Burkett's question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through you to responding to the mayor. The DC charges study that is currently in place had roughly $7 million as the price for the rec center, and it would be collected over time. So it's hard to say whether it's just Minoki Beach or not, because it's the entire township development charge that has to pay for the facility. We are in the process of doing the new study. That number has been bumped to 10 million, I believe, in the new study. So we will collect it. We haven't collected it at all. I think to date we've probably only collected about 2 million of that DC charge. But we will continue to collect it. Even if we built it today, we'd continue to collect those DCs until it was fully funded.
Thank you, Mr. Burkett.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, Member Taylor, please.
Thank you. Yeah, the first question was how much did we pay them originally? And you add that together, we're well over 500,000, correct? Are we in any position to request help from the province or the feds? Are we too early on that? I know AIM was coming up, and we've done a delegation. I think we at least do that again with infrastructure or sport and whatever. I'll let either you or the CAO or Derek speak to that if we have plans to have our hands out looking for help. I think we need help here.
Through the chair to Member Taylor, we are looking at different grants. There are green funding for the zero carbon, so we're going to explore that. We'll explore, as we saw, there's some new announcements for recreation facilities, so we're going to look into that. It'll help that once we get these plans that we're shovel ready and ready to go. So for these grant programs, and we'll explore all kinds of different funding options, even smaller grants like Ontario Tourism Foundation for equipment and things like that.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam CEO.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow that up. We did delegate last year. I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for, but the feedback was apply for grants. So I don't know that doing a delegation will advance you, but what we need to do is focus on the grant piece. So I just wanted to put that in your mind when you're thinking about what you want to delegate next year. We have delegated on that a couple of times, and the feedback is apply for grants. So we will do that.
Okay, Member McIntyre.
Thank you. Just, Madam Chair, just to go back on what Member Cox said about fundraising, is through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Belfry, is it possible that we could get someone of some fame, if you like, to maybe sponsor a room or the facility? Saddleland does the hospital in Barrie. I mean, we have a number of dignitaries and people with lots of money they could contribute to the build out on this. Is that possible? Maybe perhaps after requesting grants from the province and the federal government, we could maybe pick up on that. But I thought Member Cox had a great idea there.
Through the chair to Member McIntyre, that is entirely possible. We would need to develop some policies and around naming rights of facilities and areas of facilities for that, but that is a common practice now for a lot of development of new facilities.
And over to the CEO for a response.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's the naming rights piece where I've seen success in the past is once the building is built or as it's built to equip it. So people like to equip rooms, like they put together the gym equipment or whatever. So that's definitely something we'll keep in mind. But usually it comes after the excitement of the build is going. That's how you get people interested in it.
Okay, Member Burkett, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. This is exciting. Thank you, Craig, for the report. I know that it seems like a lot of money, but Westshore is our fastest growing community. It's also going to be an evac center that we don't have in the area. And with what's happening in the world today, shame on us for not having a facility to house our residents should something ever happen. We've had this now on the books. It's been over 10 years. The land's been donated. We've spent, I don't know the exact amount, but I think well over $1 million already on the facility getting it ready. It's something that's needed in the community. And if you look at what happened in Aurelia and the amount of money that they've spent on theirs, I know it's far greater. It's in the $50-60 million. The facility is well used, very well used. And again, I am as cheap as they come, and I hate spending money, but growth is going to pay for this. And it's something that we need to provide for our residents. I think we need to move forward with it. And I hope council sees the merit of doing this. I know it seems like a lot of money, as I stated, but today in today's world, $1 million doesn't build you a home. So we're looking at a $10 million facility that will be there for 50 years for everyone to enjoy, future generations. Just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Member Cox?
Yep, through the chair. I also think that with us having an EDO coming on board, that will help us out too, that they will be able to help promote this. And I agree with what Member Burkett said. This has been something we've been waiting for, and we've been very excited about it. So to think that maybe within 2 years or less that we could actually be digging a hole and getting this going is wonderful news for all of Severn and Westshore for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question for Mr. Plunkett, actually, regarding the development charges that are going to be funding the new build. you had stated that we've collected approximately $2 million of developmental charges and will continue to collect the developmental charges until paid. So up to probably another 7 or 8 million, I would expect. Do we have that much building and developmental charges planned over the next few years to collect $7 or $8 million in that one budget line? I'm just concerned that we've only collected 2 million and there's been a lot of building going on already. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can, it'd be a little tougher to explain the technical side of the DC study, but they actually use a greater than a 10-year forecast. So we will continue to collect this even outside of the 10-year period. And it's hard to say. The DC study is based on expected growth and based on, I'm sorry, I'm just seeing Derek point out something. Derek just sent me a message letting me know that there's about 2,400 new homes in our planning horizon. But like I said, that's a 10-year planning horizon or even a 20-year planning horizon. So it will take that long to recover the full amount of this center, but it will be fully covered, at least up to about 10 million of it, covered through the ultimate collection of development charges over that period of time. We will have to likely fund it ourselves in the short term, but we do have sufficient resources to borrow from ourselves at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. That's where I was going with that. Thank you. And then my last question is for Mr. Belfry on the grants. When you spoke about all the grants that you're planning to submit to, are there any that we can submit to now before we have a shovel in the ground per se? I know in 2019, when I got involved with this township, there was a $5 million grant that we were applying for towards this. So now at this early stage, what are you going to be applying for or through the township? And what's the timeline on that? Because I think it's an urgent thing to start applying now at this point.
Chair, the recent grants that are announced of the Green Municipal Fund, which is an open-ended grant for this year. So we'll be exploring that. Also, there was an announcement for 200 million for recreation facilities that's just come out. We haven't seen the details of what that program is yet, but we're waiting and watching for it. And then smaller grants like the Ontario Trillium Foundation, we'll target that once we get into the build, just so we know we're underway for the equipment. But those are the first two priorities that we're going to look at for those type of fundings.
Awesome. Thank you. Is there any merit in putting a letter forward to our MP and MPP to those levels of government to let them know where we're at with this recreation center in the township as information only at this point? Because perhaps at some point we'll want them to be advocating for us in that regard with money.
To you, Madam Chair, I think there's always merit in reaching out and letting people and MPs and MPPs who are part of those programs to help sponsor your program. So, yeah.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair. Is Andrew still on? Available? Through the chair to Andrew, if you please. The forecast you have for development charges. Now, development charges cover lots more than brand new recreation facilities. I want to qualify this by saying I'm in fully support of this. Let's get this thing done. But having said that, I'm interested in this forecast. So we have other things to do with development charges. What allowances are you making in this forecast estimate for all the other things that normally we use development charges for?
Well, there we are. A few technical difficulties this morning. I apologize. If I can, through the chair to Member Brennan. And I'll leave some of the, if you're asking forecast questions, I guess but I'll leave that to the planners. But from our side, we do collect for roads, we collect for, fire equipment if it's due to growth. We've included all different forms of growth-related assets that the township would need. The amount that I mentioned for the DCs, the 7 million and the 10 million, and how much we've collected to date, is specifically for the indoor recreation facility itself. So we have allowed for a bunch of other items, but I was specifically just mentioning the portion that relates specifically to the indoor recreation facility.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you through Madam Chair. Andrew, just for the benefit of council, the DC study, we're actually doing a new one, correct? And someone will be coming to speak to council regarding that DC study?
Correct. And I'm not exactly certain the dates. We do have a couple of dates in August where we will finalize the DC study. There will be a public meeting, and I'm not exactly sure of the date yet, but it will be in the next couple of months. So as soon as we know, and I may know more in the next couple of days from the DC consultant, because they're almost done with the draft report. So as soon as I hear, you will be the first to know.
Just for the benefit, if I may, through Madam Chair, it's very difficult for me being here this long to fully understand how it works. And I know Andrew's done a good job, but the DC study is a complicated document as to where you can put money, or maybe Madam CEO would like to, someone can just explain to council that, the DC study is something that we're mandated to do, but where the monies are slotted to go. And I'll let Madam CEO speak.
Thank you through the chair. So there is a capital forecast in the DC study, and council will get to weigh in at that point. So I think that, just to answer Councillor Brennan's question, is it's not just about the Westshore, it's about roads, it's about bridges, it's about anything that we need growth related. So that will come to council, sounds like in August, because at some point council has to, as part of the DC study process, council has to say, yes, we commit to this capital forecast. So you will get a chance to see and weigh in on it. And then they take the capital forecast and they look at the growth and some calculated, complicated formula that even I'm not 100% sure. That's why we hire Watson, who's very good at it, to calculate what the NDC charge is. But there is a forecast, and you will get to weigh in on it at some point, which includes Westshore and many other things.
Okay, thank you. Member Taylor and then Member Cox, please.
Yeah, through the chair to Andrew. Is the province going to reduce our DC charges coming up? Is that going to throw a curveball at us or a beanball at us? Will we get less DC revenue under Bill 185 potential?
If I can, through the chair to Member Taylor, it looks, at least based on the latest information that we have, is they're actually reversing and going back to more of the model that existed previously. So based on that, we're likely to collect more DCs than we would have under the short-term previous changes. We don't have to worry about the discounted rate over 5 years or reinstating full DCs once we do the study. Now, whether there'll be more changes to come again, unfortunately, that I don't know. But based on the current rules as they've suggested they're going to be, we should be fine. We don't, and I could be corrected on this, we don't seem to have any affordable housing developments on the horizon in our as far as I'm aware. And those would be the ones that may have some form of exemption from DCs. So unless we get a developer that's coming in to do one of those types of development, we should be collecting full DCs on the developments that we do have now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. And also DCs are area rated. So if Westshore needs to upgrade or do something with their water and sewer plant, that amount will be taken from that area. Whereas Coldwater has something that area, and the rural areas don't get involved in that because they don't pay for services they don't get. And as far as affordable housing, I just heard that it's more than a rumor, the 59 units They're looking at putting it in cold water beside the seniors apartment. So they've just started to look at that, but it's going to be a positive go for them. So that's a good thing. I know it's not a good thing for that. But I think the rationale too about switching that was that with the government taking those development charges and making us phase them in, yet we're supposed to build all these homes. Where are we supposed to get the money for the infrastructure to build these facilities and different things for the new numbers that we're getting coming in? And I think that was where they were sort of put on the spot by saying, well, if you're going to take that from us, how are we going to build all these things? How are we going to fix roads? How are we going to make plans for the future if that money is not there? And I think that was probably part of the move that they decided it was probably better for us to carry on with our DCs than them try to fix this problem for every single city, town, and municipality. So I'm quite glad it's going back that way, because we need to plan for our future, for the future councils. Thank you.
Okay, Member Brennan.
I'd just like to raise the issue. I wouldn't want anybody listening in on us to think that these DC charges are going to pay for everything. In Ontario, and even before these rate changes occurred, growth was not paying for growth. Where there is massive growth in Ontario, like places like Vaughan, they're going in debt because the DC charges aren't covering the infrastructure and other facilities. So yes, hopefully it'll pay for the bulk of it, but it would be illusionary to think that DCs are going to pay for everything that we want to do. That's just the way it is.
Thank you, Member Cox.
Well, I was just going to comment that over in Collingwood and the town of Blue Mountain, they've looked at their development charges and they've almost doubled them from 40 something to 70 something. The one it has.
Okay, any further discussion? No, good. I know. Okay, do we have a motion?
Thank you. Yes, we do. So the motion reads that Recreation Report number R24-006 dated April 24th, 2024 be received for information, and further that council approve the proposal for the landscape and interior design of the Westshore Recreation Facility from Chamberlain Architect Services Limited in the amount of $428,200 excluding HST. And further that council approve an additional $340,687 to be funded, $306,818 from the development charge reserve, and $34,069 from the recreation facilities reserve.
Thank you. Do we have a mover? Moved by Member Cox, seconded by Member Brennan. All in favor? And carried. Okay, sorry. Just going to go back to my agenda here. All right, we're moving to Public Works. F 2.1 on the agenda, Public Works Report number W24012, Claresbridge Lane. Over to you, Mr. Burke.
And thank you and good morning. The report in front of you is a summary of the additional load evaluation and inspection on Claresbridge Lane Bridge. And you'll see that the results of this inspection is to impose a load restriction on the bridge of 10 ton on a single axle load. In addition to that, we have worked with the team of engineers as well as the fire department and the fire chief on ensuring that all fire apparatus that we have can safely cross the bridge under specific instructions. So that's what we have today to discuss, and I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from committee? Member McIntyre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Burke. Has there been any update in terms of our solicitor determining who owns the bridge? Is it the citizens? Is it the township? I know that a couple of years ago I posed a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are continuing to work through our solicitor on this matter, and we'll report back to council at a future date. We are also holding discussions with the ratepayers that reside on the island as to what options might suit going forward. So I'd say TBD, and we'll get back to you as to what is the preferred option going forward with respect to the bridge itself. But we continue to work with them on that. And this report, just having been received, has been circulated to the Clare Island Association, so that they all have it and can review it and know what's going on, so we can discuss with them next steps.
Supplemental through you, Madam Chair. I just like it on the record from my side of it that I think that the township should be responsible for the bridge. I know that the citizens of Clare Island have done some repairs out of their own, I think, pocket. Notwithstanding, I feel that that bridge should be taken on. Since we don't have clarity on who owns the bridge, it's my thought that we as the township should be responsible for that bridge in terms of the repair of it, replacement of it, or anything that has to do with that bridge to keep it safe. I understand that Mr. Burke has it figured out through the fire department and all other needs that your vehicles could get over there if necessary. But I think it falls on our shoulders to take this bridge on as anything that it needs doing. And I just want to be on the record for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Taylor.
Just through the chair, though, we have other situations that are quite similar here. And I think if we opened it up here, we'd have a whole slew of things. I could name a couple for you right now, but just for the record, that we would be setting a precedent there. And I think Mr. Burke could help me out on that one.
Okay, I'm going to ask the CEO to speak.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was actually Member Taylor got on it before I did. I think you need to be really careful with that position. You have many, many similar things throughout the township, and you need to be careful about what we own and what we don't own, which is why we're going through a process to figure it out.
Supplemental, please. Do we have a timeline, Madam Clerk, on when the solicitor can determine if we own it or the citizens own it? I mean, it's been a couple of years now. So.
Over to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I hesitate to talk too much about this in open session because the original discussion happened in closed session. So we have to be careful about what we're talking about in open versus closed here, with respect to ownership and things like, and a solicitor's opinion, which was provided in closed session. We are continuing. We're looking to hopefully meet with them, I would imagine, sometime in the next month, to hold those next steps discussions, and then we will report back to council after that.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a motion?
We do. So the motion reads that Public Works Report number W24-012 dated April 24th, 2024, with respect to Claresbridge Lane be received, and that the proposed 10-ton single axle load restriction be applied to the Claresbridge structure, and further that the draft bylaw be forwarded to council for consideration, and further that staff continue to advance the discussions surrounding the ownership status and options for rehabilitation with the property owners.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? And carried. Thank you very much. Item F 2.2, Public Works Report W24-013, Site 9 Aggregate Extraction Lease and License Transfer. Mr. Burke again. Oh, and we're going to start with Member Burkett. Thank you.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Before Mr. Burke speaks, I just want to give council just an updated history as to where we're at with this report. So both Member Cox and myself sit down at the County of Simcoe. The county before Christmas came forward with a report where they would like to look at transferring, and it's a transfer station. It's not a dump. It's a transfer station from the Matchadash site, which is over on Upper Big Chute Road in Member Taylor's ward, to the Anderson site, which was a landfill that has been closed, I think, sometime in the 90s, which is about a kilometer from the village of Coldwater. They were kind enough to listen to both Member Cox and myself. And I know this is a separate issue, but it is part of the same issue. And I understand where Mr. Burke is coming from when he wrote the report. He probably wasn't aware of what happened before Christmas. So what the county decided and what we asked is that this needs to be a public meeting if they were looking at transferring or thinking of moving one transfer station to another site, we need to be transparent with the public. We just can't have a report, have county council weigh in on it and start the process. And my understanding from talking to Mr. Burke this morning, it's a very lengthy process if the province would allow this to happen. I didn't know at the time because Mr. I won't say his name, one of our directors at the county reached out to me last Monday and said that the report was coming this Tuesday to county council. I didn't know about this. When I read this on Friday, I was totally taken back because, again, I want it to happen in a public forum where people understand what the county may or may not want to do. And the only way this could happen is because we have so many seasonal residents and the Matchedash site is used by seasonal people as well as locals. It had to happen after the May 2-4 weekend to make sure that everyone was up in here. And they were on board. Everything was good to have that happen. They're going to have a meeting in June. So what I'm asking council is this again may be perceived, even though these are two separate issues, because this aggregate, and I had no idea we had aggregate there and that we own the lease, it may be perceived by the public as we're doing something, we're putting the cart before the horse. I just want to defer this until after the public meeting. I'm in agreement. I'm happy to give it to the county, but I don't want to do it now until we actually have a public meeting. And I'm not sure. I think they're going to hold it in the village of Coldwater because Anderson Line landfill is in that area. So the public is aware of what is in the foreseeable future. It may not go through, but we still, if we approve this now, it may look deceiving to the public. And I'm just asking council just to defer it until after this public meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments or conversation on this? No, Madam Clerk, do we have a motion, please?
Thank you. So the motion reads then that the Public Works Report number have 013 dated April 24th, 2024, with respect to the Site 9 aggregate extraction lease and license transfer be deferred until after the County Simcoe's public meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a mover? Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. Okay, item F 2.3, Public Works Report W24014, Always Stop Control Request, Wayneman Line and Warminster Road. Alex Vieira, over to you.
Through the chair, good morning. So in response to an inquiry from a resident on Wayman Line, staff were directed to review the intersection of Wayman Line and Warminster Road for consideration of providing always stop control. Traffic monitoring occurred during the month of October in 2023, and the results of the count were reviewed in accordance with our always stop control policy. A total of 8,876 vehicles were recorded in the intersection with a highest hourly volume of 90 vehicles on Wayman Line. The volume on Wayman Line does not meet the warrant condition of a minimum volume of 350 vehicles in a 60-minute period. Further, the volume split ratio was 67-33 in favor of Wayman Line, which also does not exceed the volume split warrant of 65-35. And finally, after a review of the collision history in the area, the data indicates that this intersection does not meet the warrant for conditions of collisions. So at this time, staff recommend that the intersection remain unchanged, but note that this summer we plan to complete a brushing project in the area to improve the sight lines.
Thank you. Any comments? Member Taylor.
I would support the report. I don't think there's a lot of traffic on Warminster side road, so I think I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member McIntyre.
Thank you, through the chair. Alex, do you have any history of collisions at that intersection?
Thank you. So through the chair, when we reviewed the collision data with the county, didn't see any history of collisions within the intersection. So, yeah.
Thank you. Then I would support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to the clerk for a motion, please.
Thank you. Report reads that Public Works Report number 14, dated April 24th, 2024, with respect to an always stop controlled request, Wayneman Line and Warminster Road be received, and further that the always stop controlled request for Wayneman Line and Warminster Road be denied.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by member Taylor, seconded by member McIntyre. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. Item F 2.4, Public Works Report W24015, the 2024 Traffic Calming Pilot Program. Over to you, Alex Vieira and Derek Burke, please.
And thank you through the chair. So this report stems back from the Transportation Master Plan and subsequent traffic calming policy, where, you know, one thing we heard loud and clear from our public consult from, you know, years of service requests and more recently our OPP engagement, community engagement sessions, is that traffic, higher operating speeds is a primary concern, at least as it relates to the transportation service here in Severn. So what we've done is, and I'll hand it over to Alex here in a sec, because he's got a bit more of the hands-on technical details of where and why we selected what, but we wanted to try a traffic calming pilot where we option a few locations, we monitor the effect, and we just continue to expand, you know, our traffic calming options. So I'll pass it over to Alex to go through each location, kind of why we selected them and what the true intent of the pilot program is.
Thank you. So through the chair, so yeah, the main objective of the pilot program here is we're looking to expand our toolkit on some of the traffic calming measures that we deploy through the township. So new for this year, we're proposing some seasonally deployed rubber speed humps on Mike Glen Drive. The speed humps are aimed at reducing not only vehicular speed, but as well as deterring the use of Mike Glen Drive as a cut-through route from Coldwater Road. So another new method for this year we're proposing is the radar feedback signs on Archery Drive. So this solution would be very similar to the signs you see on Coldwater Road and Muskoka Street in Mushago that we deployed in 2022 and have had success with. And Archery Drive is ideal for this type of traffic calming as it's adjacent to the developing area of Westshore. And then continued from previous years, we're going to be deploying these center delineators on Muskoka Street and Coldwater Road, as well as our existing radar feedback signs at Mushago and Coldwater, and the two mobile radar feedback trailers that we have. So further, I think as Derek mentioned a little bit, we have some traffic data on these areas, pre-traffic calming measures that will compare and as we monitor where we implement these traffic calming measures. And finally, so the cost for this pilot program is around $15,000. As the devices we selected for this year have limited long-term maintenance costs, which include things like staff time and seasonal removals and installs of things like the speed humps. And the cost for this pilot program can be funded in the approved operating budget for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Alex. So do we have any speed humps in the township now?
To member Taylor, no, we do not.
So this is going to go in somewhere on the bowling alley, I would think. And so are there one for each lane, or how many would there be there?
There would be two sets of them, the full width of the road along Mike Glen Drive. And I believe the spacing was 80 meters between the speed humps.
My last question. So so they're secured somehow into the pavement. So what happens when it comes out? How do you stop water from getting in where they were secured to the road?
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, so these are pretty commonly installed. They're basically a plug, and the plug goes into the asphalt, and over each seasonal deployment, there's a seal that goes over top of it, but it's minimal intrusion into the asphalt surface. It doesn't accelerate the damage by any stretch of a reasonable stretch of the lifespan of the asphalt. So pretty commonly installed, reasonable cost to install, and we're doing all of this in accordance with the TAC guideline that we recently adopted through our policy, which is setting like how the bumps actually operate, the curve of the bump, the height of the bump, as well as the associated signing and line painting. So there's quite a bit into it to make sure that it's a very consistent appearance, a safe for municipally traveled roadways, and lines up with the rest of the province and the country.
Okay, thank you, Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. First of all, I'd also like to find out if in Coldwater and at Muskoka Street and River Street and Coldwater Road, if there's an opportunity to put those large 50 miles an hour, kilometers an hour starts here. They have them in Craighurst, and they have them in Warminster. I've seen them in different ones, and I think they're a good thing because I think people notice it. And when we were at our meeting in Washago, that was what they thought was people were coming out of the town not badly, and then they were kind of missing the fact that it's still residential. And I like the speed humps for Michael Ann because people aren't supposed to be going fast on that road anyway, and it's really narrow. The other one I was asking about are, so we're going to buy a new radar feedback?
Yeah, through the chair.
One more?
Yep, sorry, through the chair. The proposal is to purchase a set for Arteria Drive.
Okay.
So it'll look very similar to Coldwater and Muskoka Street.
Okay, and the other one I was wondering about is if it's something we should be looking at another black box for in the future, because we are using, and it does help the OPP. I realized that at our meeting, but I had realized it before. But I think another one would not be a bad idea, maybe to put forward for a capital in the future, or if there happens to be. And the other thing I wanted to talk about was community safety zones. Derek, I need your help on this one. The municipality can designate a community safety zone, but you don't have to have photo radar on it. And that way the fines are doubled, right? So I just wondered if possibly in the future you could come back to us with some information on that, because I think that there's a couple of spots, probably more than a couple. Anyway, because even if we didn't have photo radar, if it was a community safety zone and their fines are doubled, like the whole idea here is for us is all we want to do is make people slow down so pedestrians and everybody is safe. So I just am thinking of anything that we possibly could do. I think the OPP town hall meetings are good. And now they're having an OPP podcast that's on Aurelia Matters that people can listen to. I think this last one was on seniors and scams and different things. But I think anything we can come up with and get out in the public, that these are the things we're trying. And I didn't know if you thought that maybe for next year we could look at those road signs again that were please slow down. Remember the ones with the chloroplast ones we have? I saw some interesting ones in different places that said, drive like you would if you were in your child's neighborhood. Like different things just to catch people's attention, because I think people just forget and then they go, oops. There are ones that do it on purpose. We do have a few of those. But anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Burke, did you have a comment?
Through the chair, I think just that we're taking those ideas and those thoughts and building upon them. So yeah, future year pilots and new capital budget requests for black boxes, for instance, are going to be considered. And I like the terminology Alex used, our toolbox. We want to expand the toolbox, the options we have, because not every option is appropriate for every environment. We need to pick them, specifically, but we want to open the range of what we have.
Thank you.
Supplement. I just want to thank Alex and Derek for this, because I think we knew it was going to be coming, but I think it's all, and then we have our policy for traffic calming that people can put in for it. I think it's showing that we really do care, but it's just, as Alex says, we're trying to find the right tools out of our toolbox for each area. And that speed hump works absolutely perfectly for Michael Land, just because of the slowness on that road anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Member McIntyre?
Thank you. Through the chair, to Derek or to Alex. It's my understanding that you can't have photo radar unless you have a community safety zone.
Through the chair, that's the current legislation, yes.
Okay, so for instance, if we could have some kind of a meeting to declare Weshego a community safety zone, we could then put up cameras to catch the maniacs who are driving, crazy like.
And through the chair, yeah, so through the chair, we did report, maybe it was a year ago on ASC, so that's automated speed enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
It's becoming fairly popular throughout the other municipalities in Simcoe County, so we're starting to see traction. One thing that I did note that it did, or at the time anyway, community safety zones are very specifically or usually applied to school zones.
Yes.
Right. So, in Weshego, there's no school. So we don't really have that option. We could explore how we could do that. But ASC is a very complicated program. So we had reported twice now that we're continuing to monitor. There's new programs from LAS, which is the it's like a coordinating body through AMO of private enterprise and public getting together and getting deals, if you will, on some of these services. So we'll be reporting back as a next step option in our toolkit. We're going to continue to monitor at the time because it's quite the extensive program for our limited amount of community safety zones we have today.
Thank you. Just a further comment. When we had the meeting in last Wednesday with the OPP in Weshego, it was a good turnout. The comment about was Muskoka Street being almost like a freeway when you come off the highway. I did do it twice and just to make sure I wasn't wrong the first time. When you come off the highway at 100 kilometers an hour and you exit at Canal Coopers Falls Road, it's 80 when you come off. It's posted 80. You cross Coopers Falls Road. There's no indication to say a 50 zone ahead or 50 begins. Perhaps through your office, you could take a ride out there and maybe perhaps make a 50 zone ahead and 50, because it just goes 50 from 80 with no warning. And there, what's happening there is people coming off at 100. If they miss the 80, they're going to continue on 80 all the way into the village. So, and further, we've been told by the police that some young people with those black cats that post your speed limit, they'll stand there with a camera and one of their friends will zoom through that zone. It'll look at that. You did well. You got it up to 100. They take a picture of it. And to me, that's how do we combat that from a safety perspective? If you could comment on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, through the chair, I think on the first comment regarding signage, we'll take that comment and ensure that we can, because a change from 80 to 50 does require a head sign. And so perhaps that is missing. We do an inventory every year, but fair enough, it could be missing. So we'll take that comment and address that operationally. But in regards to, how do you make sure that our community doesn't misuse the road allowance or maybe misuse even the traffic calming devices? The police and Severn, so the police and the road authority work hand in hand. We transfer our data to them. They contact us with problem areas. We're able to change the actual roadside environment and the traffic pattern and the rules of the traffic, and they are to enforce them. So there's certainly a healthy relationship between us and the police. And when we hear of that sort of thing, we look for the community to put in a report so that they can get some traction, some data, and look for targeted offense monitoring, in those areas if that's happening. This speed check thing that you're talking about, taking pictures of excess speeds for social media purposes is, obviously not encouraged from us.
Okay, thank you. Member Burkett.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Alex and Derek, for the report. I'm going to ask this. Why can't we put speed bumps on Muskoka Street? That would alleviate a lot of the problems. I know the delineators or something you're looking at, but also coming into Coldwater, where we have problems right up to our crosswalk. Like, if it's not going to hurt the pavement and we can do something like that, I think it would solve our problems.
So through the chair, if I can respond to that, So the selection we have for the pilot is a center delineator, the knockdown style features, and they're ideal for environments where you do have a higher operating speed coming into a slower zone. And there's a set of features that shouldn't be used in higher operating zones. So for instance, speed bumps or speed humps. If you place a speed hump in a known higher operating environment, you've effectively created a road hazard. And that is highly discouraged by the Transportation Association Canada guidelines, the policies, and best engineering practices. We don't want to create an unsafe environment. What we need to create is an environment that's conducive to your average driver driving into town in a very semi-urban rural environment, which carries a typically higher operating speed. That's just normal driver behavior. And we need to slow them down with the tools that make sense for the area. So I think it's important to recognize that not every tool is appropriate for every environment, that we select them based on safety of the road user and effect of actually reducing traffic speeds.
Okay, thank you. Member Cox and then Member Taylor.
Yep, through the chair. I did ask about community safety zones because I thought the same, and they did say to me that yes, they usually are at school zones, but they also are in areas where that there's pedestrians that they're worried about safety. You can do it like around the park or somewhere like that. And I think that's on, I can't remember, I think it's Bass Lake Side Road, the one that you cross Wayneman to go down to where Oro Madani has that beach. I think they've done that with that one too. But I think I just think that if it's something we want to look at, if you would bring us back some information on that. And even if we did delineate it as that, and we haven't got the ASE in yet, at least people would know and get a double fine.
Okay, thank you. Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair, further to what Councillor Burkett was saying, but in Coldwater, we do have a radar sign there. So I think that slows things down. And I wouldn't be in favor of it on the Coldwater stretch because the volume is too much. But I think you've done a good job with the radar sign there. At least it slows me down, and I wouldn't support the speed bumps there, but maybe on a lower volume and on Muskoka Street, perhaps. But let's try it at Michael and Drive and then go from there.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for you. I'm really excited by this report, and I appreciate the traffic calming toolkit and the added enhancements you've brought to us, because when the traffic calming policy first came to council, it was fairly high level, and as per your previous report, Alex, a lot of things didn't hit the volume criterias, and we were limited. So this solves that. How I understand the placements that you've put forward and support them, but in the future, as you call this a pilot, I'm just wondering how you're going to measure not just the success of the pilot, but how this would move beyond the pilot to other areas. So what's the longer term thinking, please?
Through the chair. So to monitor the effectiveness of them, we do have data captured in all the proposed areas for the pilot before implementing any of these measures. So the idea there would be to, once we've installed the traffic calming measures and kept them in place for a few months, to complete further traffic studies to compare the data like pre and post, see how effective they are in the areas we've decided to implement them on, and then from there, depending how they work out where we put them, then we would move forward with implementing them in other similar areas.
Thank you. And is this a 1-year pilot you're proposing, or do you have a timeline sort of associated with that?
Through the chair, yeah, for right now, just this year.
Thank you. To the clerk, do we have a motion, please?
Thank you. The motion reads that Public Works Report number W24-015 dated April 24th, 2024, with respect to a 2024 traffic calming pilot program be received as information.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Member Taylor, seconded by Member Brennan. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. On the agenda, we're at item F3, Administration, F3.1, Administration Report number A24013, Land Sale. road allowance abutting 1478 Bulkwell line. And over to you, Madam Gray.
Thank you. So council received the preliminary report on this back last fall. In order to grant approval to proceed with the land sale. At this point, the agreement has been signed and the appraisal has been done. So the sale price of the property is based on the appraisal at $20,500. So upon sale, that'll come to the township. The purchaser is responsible for all legal costs associated with the purchase. So at this point, we're just looking for final approval to stop up the closed road allowance and bring the necessary bylaws forward to next week's council meeting.
Thank you. Any discussion? If not, can we have a motion, please?
Thank you. The motion reads that administration report number A24-013 dated April 24th, 2024 regarding a land sale road allowance abutting 1478 Bulkwell line be received, and that the east half of road allowance between lot 20 and 21 concession 2 North Aurelia Severn be stopped up, closed, declared surplus, and sold to 1478 Bulkwell line, and further that the required bylaw be brought forward immediately.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by member Taylor, seconded by member Cox. All in favor? And carried. And our second administration report F 3.2, number A24015, housekeeping update property standards bylaw. And it'll be presented by Allison Gray and Ashley Vaucher.
Thank you. So the report that's on today's agenda, we've been working with our updated property standards bylaw for a couple of years now. We did a complete rewrite in 2022 to bring it up to current standards. But over the last couple of years, we're encountering areas that we don't have a lot of meat in our current bylaw, and we're looking to flush that out or either add new sections. So unfortunately, one of the most frequent complaints we get these days is about bed bugs, roaches, all sorts of stuff in homes, also mold, water issues, things of that nature. A lot of it coming from tenants in properties, not so much homeowners, just tenants living in basement apartments or walkouts or other such buildings within the municipality. And so in order to be able to properly address that, we have a small clause in our current bylaw, but in order to give us a little more teeth to be able to deal with these, we are asking for some amendments to the bylaw. Just want to make sure council's aware we're not experts on mold and pests. So when we do get these complaints, we do hire a third party that comes in to do the assessment. I mean, if we go in and see roaches on the floor or bed bugs, we know that they're there. But the extent of it, we're not professionals to assess that. So we hire proper remediation companies to come in and look at whether it's mold or bugs or what have you, to come and give us an assessment. And then if the property owner doesn't undertake the works, then we will undertake that work for them. At the end of the day, then that is billed back to the property owner. Our user fee bylaw does also add a 15% surcharge on top of that, for them not having undertaken the work and us having an administrative fee related to that. So the other part of that is abandoned buildings. So this is a new piece for us. Right now, we only have a clause that basically says we do per the code. Most municipalities have something in place that if something is unsafe or is abandoned and it's starting to get severely derelict, then we can have the ability to essentially, under property standards, which is enacted under the building code, go in, assess the building, say, okay, all this needs to be done, or it's going to be declared abandoned within a certain number of days. After that, once it's declared abandoned, if the order is not appealed, it's registered on title. And then after that, for a 2-year window could lapse. And then we would have the ability under the bylaw to demo the building. And then from there, clean up the property and go from there. So it's not something we would ever use lightly, but there are certain circumstances where there are safety issues. If the building's so drastically leaning, then the chief building official will always have the authority to go in anyways and deal with it. But this gives bylaw the ability to deal with those that are kind of outstanding in the community and need to be addressed. So just seeking the ability to amend our bylaw to put some teeth or new sections in a couple spots to deal with these issues that seem to be unfortunately popping up more than they used to. So.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, Member Taylor?
Yeah, through the chair to also, or these are complaint driven. Does it apply to farm buildings?
No, not through you, Madam Chair, not the vacant building piece. That's even in our current one, so it does not apply to farm buildings. So that said, this is our property standards bylaw. The chief building official has their own powers. So if it was a safety issue or something like that, and it was brought to the attention of the chief building official, they have separate authorities that they can go in and deal with stuff. But for bylaw, we deal with it on a complaint basis.
Okay, my last question. So basically it's for tenants or people that we're directing this at a complaint from a tenant, like say bed bugs or whatever. So it's, but it could be geared for private, like a neighbor could complain to their neighbor if they see something that doesn't look right. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair. So over the last couple of years, we've had ones that range from rats that are coming out of improperly stacked wood that are getting into the neighbors' houses. We've had bed bugs in different locations throughout the community that we've had to address. A lot of the mold and water issues are coming in from tenant complaints. So it's a bit of a varied source as to where they're coming from, but they're not always the same circumstance. It would make our life very simple if they were. So.
Okay, thank you. Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Jared. I just have a question to the clerk. Do we have a committee that has property standards under their auspices, if you like a chair of a property standards committee that has complaint-driven questions delivered to them, and then they bring it to you, or are you just the main line? You're the one that gets it all.
Okay, over to our clerk.
Thank you. So through the property standards order process, so the way the process works is that we do have a committee called the Property Standards Committee, but the process is that we receive a complaint, we go out, we would investigate the matter. If there's an order to be issued, we would issue the order, and then everybody has an appeal date. If they want to appeal their order, that appeal then goes to the Property Standards Committee, which they would then appear here in chambers. They plead their case, whether it's for they want it completely revoked or they want an extension in time for various circumstances. And then the committee renders a decision. And the only place that that's appealable from there is the Superior Court of Ontario. So it's a quasi judicial body. The membership is made up of the same members as a committee of adjustment. So we have had a handful of hearings since I've been here, which are apparently new for Severn, but it's a sign that people are reading their orders and exercising their rights, which is exactly what the committee's here for. And the reasons being, most of the time for acting or for asking for it is either that most are looking for an extension. It's because of financial circumstances or just wrong time of year. We try to be cognizant of time of year, but sometimes the issues to be dealt with from our purview are so severe that they need to be dealt with regardless of what time of year it is, such as a roof caving in or buildings are unsafe. And that can be dealt with at any time of year. Property cleanups are a little different when they're covered in snow, not so possible. But the committee is in place for those people to file an appeal if they want. The majority never do. I'd probably say only about 2% file appeals out of the total we issue in a year. We've only had 4 since I've been here out of all the orders we've issued. Most work within the deadlines and have their issues fixed up. That said, or we undertake the repairs and build them back for it. So a couple of years back, we issued a property standards order and we did the porch on Muskoka Street. That was done through a property standards order. And then once it was complete, it was billed back to the property owner. So.
Just a quick supplemental through the chair. It would seem to me to have the committee, you reverse your roles, your committee view these complaint driven, and if they can't get them to satisfy the homeowner or whoever, that landowner, satisfy the complaint from the committee, then they could turn it over to you. I think that's just downloading it on you, and the committee doesn't appear to be doing much of anything. if you have a chair of a committee and they get the complaint, they exercise what their rights are on the complaint. And if it fails, then come to you. I think that might be a little bit more off of your back.
Okay, to the clerk for a response, please.
Thank you. So the committee itself has no authority to issue orders. So it is only an officer appointed under the legislation that has the authority to actually issue an order under our property standards bylaw. The committee itself does not have that authority, and the committee's jurisdiction is very prescribed in the legislation, which means it's kept to a very narrow focus. They would never have the authority to go onto someone's property and investigate a matter. I would also be very concerned about training them and dealing with the public on issues. We have to ensure that our bylaws and rules are applied consistently, so, and held to the same standard across the whole municipality. So the system is consistent across most municipalities in Ontario, that you'd find that they're done this way, where the officer goes out and they have authority under the act to attend a property and to go onto the property and to look into it. Also, there's a process. Municipalities can't not enter a dwelling unless they're, come on in. If they're not given permission to enter the property, we have to obtain warrants to go into properties. So there's quite a legal process that would make staff very concerned if a member of one of our public facing committees were to be the one exercising that authority. So
just a final question through the chair to the clerk. How many of these complaints would you have, for instance, in a 12-month period, roughly?
I'm just pulling up bylaws year-end report that they provided to you in January. So give me one moment. And these matters are quite complicated. Like, people are given a minimum of 30 days normally to address the matter, depending on what it is. It can be upwards of 60 to address the issue. So for rodents last year, oh gosh, they're all broken out. So property standards, we have 15 formal complaints that resulted in files last year. We had a lot more phone calls and stuff like that. If we can try and do the more minor ones under clean and clear, then we will, such as just debris on a yard or property cleanup or long grass. We will push them under clean and clear, because for something like long grass, we can apply a shorter timeline to deal with it than we can under property standards. So depending on what it is. So clean and clear, we had 37 last year. Let's see. Stuff like littering, which still falls its way under here, depending on what the nature of that is 6. Rodents, we had 2 formal complaints, but they did absorb a substantial amount of time, because then we have to get third-party consultants out or professionals out to look at these matters. I believe even in one involved at our building department to go out and look at as well. So to determine how they were getting in and stuff. So it's each of these. It's funny when you look at the number of statistics, it doesn't actually look like a crazy amount. But they sure soak up a lot of time to get done. So.
Okay, one more question.
Just a final question, comment perhaps. That seems like a lot of sugar for a nickel for you. I think maybe the committee, the Property Standards Committee, through this group, could be given a little more teeth and circumvent some of what you do. Maybe it's old days when I was Property Standards Chair in Mississauga, but I had a lot more authority than it seems that this group has here. And maybe it's a while ago, so maybe it's changed. But I just think that that puts a lot on you, I think.
So I think it's important to note, when the appeal happens, the committee has a huge amount of authority. So when an appeal does come in, the committee can decide to extend it for 3 years. They can choose to trounce it. They can choose to uphold it. They can decide to pick certain parts. So if there's like 10 parts to an order, which there often are, we have to identify every single item that needs to be addressed. They can say these first 3 have to be addressed still within the deadline. These 4, you can have another 6 months. These ones can have it. So the committee itself, if an appeal is lodged, has an exceptional amount of authority to make leeway and decisions from there. But the committee's authority under the Act is very narrow. I can't speak to what your prior experience is, Member McIntyre, All I can do is speak to the legislation, which actually very much defines the very specific and limited role of what that committee is. But if an appeal does happen, then the committee has these huge broad powers to work with the property owner on achieving whatever they are asking for.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? No, over to you for a motion, please.
So the motion reads that administration report number A24-015 dated April 24th, 2024 regarding housekeeping update property standards bylaw be received, and that the required amending bylaw be brought forward to the next council meeting.
Thank you. And do I have a mover? Member Brennan, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. Agenda item G, new business. Is there any? Madam Clerk?
Yes, we had two items that were pulled from consent. We had item D 2.3 and item D 2.4.
Yes, of course. Okay, over to you, Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to the committee. This letter from Scott Dravis for David Russell is it's important. David was an avid outdoors person. He was an environmentalist. He gave all he could give while he was alive, and he gave land to certain conservancies. So I believe that this is a very good idea to have a passive park. And I was just wondering if this park obviously is it the piece of property that was given to the township as a park? And if it is, I would like to propose that we name it the David Russell Memorial Park, as we did for Ian Crichton Memorial over in there. He would have done much more with the township. He told me that, but he wasn't well at the end. And even when he was, he had issues. So he really cared about the environment and the forests and the woods and everything in the lake. So I think it's important that we okay this request, and I would like to have it named a Memorial Park for David.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the township, perhaps Mr. Belfry, for confirmation on the location of the passive park that the member asked about.
Through the chair to Member Cox, this is a piece of property on Russell Drive. Yeah, you can see it up there. We would have to go up and look at the property and work with the group and see what we can and can't do in there, and go from there. So, and start rolling.
Yeah. It's supplemental. I think they want to leave it sort of natural, but I would assume maybe if we could look at different things and talk to Scott about what their vision was up there, because pretty much everyone who probably is built along that road bought that property from the Russells. So, and I know his daughter and son live along up that way too. So I think if we speak to them about it, then that would be something we could do. Thanks.
Yeah. Do you remember? Yeah, I've had initial discussions with Scott on it. They're looking for a pathway down to the water. So I've done a brief inspection of the property. I want to get more in depth into it, see. So we'll have to, if we do any kind of pathway, it'll have to be accessible. So we have to figure out how we're going to do that. But he's offered up resources as well to help with that. So I think we'll have lots of further discussions on this.
Thank you. And over to you, Member Taylor.
Yeah, further to what Member Cox said, this fellow was an amazing person, and the property is zoned open space, so I think you can do limited things there, and I would fully support calling it the David Russell Memorial Passive Park or something to that effect. He was just an unbelievable guy who unfortunately just passed a few weeks ago, and I would fully support it.
Okay, thank you. Over to Member Burkett.
Thank you through Madam Chair, and thank you, Craig, for doing this. I want to echo the remarks of both Member Taylor and Cox. The man sat on our accessibility committee as well. He tried to give back to the community, but because of his disability, always had a smile on his face, and I can't think of a more worthy person to name the park after. So thank you for whatever you can do for him.
Thank you. And I have one question for Mr. Belfry. Is this something that will come to the Culture and Recreation Committee also? Or is this something that you'll be handling in-house?
To you, Madam Chair, yeah, most definitely we'll be bringing it back to not only the Culture and Recreation Committee, but the Accessibility Committee as well, and back to committee here too as well.
Thank you. Seeing no more discussion, can I ask the clerk for a motion?
Certainly. The motion reads that the correspondence from Scott David requesting that 3312 Russell Drive be made a passive park in honor of David Russell be received, and the lands be dedicated as the David Russell Memorial Park, and that staff prepare a report with regards to the proposed park.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by member Taylor, seconded by member Brennan, all in favor and carried. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we have
yes.
a quick bio break?
Yes, we'll take a break. It's 10:20 on our clock here, so we'll come back at Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to continue on with our agenda. We're on agenda item G, new business. Over to you, Member Cox. You had pulled a second item from item D.
Okay, sorry. Through the chair, and I guess it would be to Derek. I don't have a problem with this second entrance, but I don't know that it is going to be a road problem. It is just a cul-de-sac. It isn't busy, so I'm okay with it, but just to get your opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I mean, so I'll start with the entrance permit bylaw that we have. So it sets out some basic ground rules on applying for and receiving an entrance permit here in Severn. And a lot of the sort of conditions, if you will, are solely designed to apply as a broad brush. Corner lots inherently have this, desire to have multiple connections. People like side yard garages and all kinds of opportunities to connect more to their property. However, that is a negative effect on the road overall. It creates more infrastructure. It also creates potential bypass. Now, in this particular location, it's very low traffic. Aldershott probably has 10 homes. The bottom end of Goldstein, probably even less as you work your way up to Turnbull. And so, in this situation, I think the broad brush approach maybe, is probably not terribly appropriate, but nonetheless, that's how the bylaws are written. And then that's how staff actions those policies in response to applications. So I think that's our summary. I think it's fair to review this and have a discussion, and I'm open for any other questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will chime in as this property and these residents are in my ward. They are the last residents on Goldstein Road currently. That's their home address, and Aldershott Crescent is quite a long cul-de-sac dead end with, like you said, maybe 10 houses. I don't know if there are that many, and I believe only one or two are permanent year-round residents. The rest, it's very quiet area, and the corner of Aldershott Place and Goldstein Road, for the benefit of council, is a long strip of Aldershott Place, so they're not abutting the next house that would be adjacent. So there is no risk of two driveways being remotely close together if they were to move their driveway entrance to Aldershott. So I'm just curious, because this came in as a correspondence item, what's the process from the township?
So through the chair, I think because it's a specific deviation from policy, the motion that we would propose is that council direct staff to exempt, this particular application from section, and I think it's 3-4. So under that bylaw, it says that no entrances are permitted so as to provide access to an exterior flankage of a corner lot unless the flankage has a distance of greater than 100 meters. So you're asking for us to waive that provision. If we can do that via motion, then of course the other provisions would apply. This applicant would still need to go through the permitting process, which I think is fair, so that we can record and review. And I believe there's a fire hydrant nearby, so we'll also cite the setbacks and sort of stuff like that. But this particular provision would be exempt.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a motion, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. So the motion reads that the correspondence from Glen Morehouse regarding a request for a second entrance on Aldershott Place, 3394 Goldstein Road, be received, and that the application from 3394 Goldstein Road be exempted from the requirements of bylaw number 2018-70, section 3, to permit a second driveway entrance for 3394 Goldstein Road.
Thank you. Do we have a mover? Moved by Member Taylor, seconded by Member Cox. All in favor? And carried. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, that was carried. Okay, we're on to committee member updates. Item H on our agenda. We'll start with Ward 1, Member Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Start with Severn Sound Development Association. April the 5th, I attended the awards ceremony in Elmville, along with our deputy mayor, who brought Ron Stevens, which was very good. So it was a great meeting. And tomorrow, being April 25th, is our quarterly meeting with Severn Sound. Source Protection Authority, which I belong to, we're having our semi-annual meeting this Friday morning. Over to the Coldwater Mill. We've got projects lined up for the year, and one of them is we hire students via grants that will work at the Mill Museum for the summer. Matchdash Hall, plans are in place for our euchre fundraiser on May the 4th. And thanks for all the help, and especially the Deputy Mayor is helping out there as well. Good Roads, Councillor McIntyre attended the conference. It was well attended. We heard excellent speakers, and we made many contacts there as well. Port Severn, tonight's the open house at Port Severn to get the community thoughts on the future use of the property. So we're looking forward to that. And the OPP open house, I attended the open house in Washago last Wednesday. As it was mentioned, it was well attended. Good questions there. And then cap off my trip to Port Severn, I'll go to Coldwater for the OPP in Coldwater at 6. So looking forward to that. That's all I've got for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Member Brennan.
Report on 2 of the 3 committees. First of all, the Aurelian District Agricultural Society Board of Directors. I want to reemphasize how fortunate we are to have that park there, because there are so few of the agricultural societies that actually own their own land. There's us, Markham, and maybe 1 or 2 others. A lot of the other ones only have an agricultural fair every year. That's all they do. And they have to access municipal or other properties to even conduct that. So we're lucky to have the facility. This month's Dirty Bingo, I talked about previously, was a great success. There was a capacity event. Love is very much alive in post-COVID Severn, apparently. And the event will be back again next year if we can find a date and get back the same person that performed this thing. The demand is apparently huge for this individual. The next big event will be the video dance April 27th and a 90s dance April 25th. And on that same date, May 25th, the Ride for Dad is having a dance in another building on the site. Expecting capacity crowd for both events. Again, Severn likes to dance. Be on the lookout for the Monster Truck event on June 1st. Rodeo 22nd and 23rd of June. The roller rink is most heavily used this time of year, especially in March, and this year is no exception. What can I say? Ward 3, recreational heart and soul of Severn. I had to stick that in, sorry. Aurelia District Chamber of Commerce meeting. They alternate between the main sort of frame meeting and then the other committee that associated directly with that is the advocacy meeting. We've had that meeting this month. The major focus was on the terms of reference for the committee. The committee supports the Chamber's role as the voice of business, creating a framework and path for members and stakeholders to bring forward advocacy issues affecting the community and business. They are focusing on 3 possible task forces: housing and healthcare, basically the Town of Aurelia Task Force, and the third one I'll talk to in a minute. But they have developed a proposal to make Aurelia's downtown a must-see destination. It's an interesting report. It deals with such things as lighting, murals, pedestrian areas, and so forth. So that's the kind of thing they're working there. It doesn't directly affect us, although there's probably some ideas for our own communities there. On the matter of housing, they are developing a survey, a local survey that is to be directed to employees more than business owners in our communities, trying to find out what their needs and challenges are. And this is underway now. And it's to help businesses decide how to respond to government initiatives and what recommendations they might make to assist, particularly in getting young people to be employed in the area and stay in the area. Judith was at the last meeting. And we talked about getting our EDO, when our EDO gets in place, how we can selectively interact with the chamber to improve knowledge gaps on work being done by Simcoe County on the matter of housing and homelessness. I think they need more than their local perspective to understand the real challenges around both. Many of you may have been monitoring CBC this week with regard to interviews over with the city of Peterborough, where they put in tiny homes and where they're having significant issues with homelessness, needles, and vandalism in their business core. And listening to both ends of that spectrum, they don't have any solutions in place at this point in time. They're just talking about working together. So there's lots of challenges out there that we do have to deal with related to the themes of housing and homelessness. That is my report. The Physician Recruitment Committee isn't meeting until tomorrow. We'll report that next one.
Thank you very much. Over to Member McIntyre, Ward 5.
Thank you, Chair. Much like other members, Councillor Taylor and I attended the Roads Conference. Very extremely interesting learning curve for us. We bantied our roads director's name around pretty good. You may be hearing from a number of people because there was a number of things that we thought that the community here might take out of road safety and other things. Great attendance last Wednesday at the Weshego Community Center. I think all but one of the councillors that were there, the mayor and the deputy and others, and well represented, got a lot out of it. And we intend to go to the one tonight in Coldwater. I believe it'll be very well attended also. Unfortunately, the Weshego Events Committee meets tonight, and a number of us are unable to attend that because we're going to be over at Coldwater and Port Severn. So what else? I guess we're running pretty good over where I am. I don't have much else to report. I need to speak to somebody, perhaps the clerk afterward, about when our next meeting is for the accessibility committee. But in any case, that's all I have to report today.
Thank you very much. Over to Member Cox for her update.
Okay, the library board in Coldwater, our numbers are going up all the time for items being taken out, and our membership is up. One of the library staff delivered library bags with all information to all the new homes in the Greenwood Landing, which I thought was pretty exciting. They have events, like they've got author events coming up. They have Stone Cottage. They have art. They have babysitting courses. They have stay-at-home alone course. Like, it's amazing what goes on in that little library and what happens. And the one author, I don't know if I said it last time, he said he had more people in the Coldwater Library for his speech than they did in any library in Toronto, because we all just come out for something to do. And interestingly enough, like, they're Canadian authors, which are from around this area. And they all have got a great following. I was totally amazed. Terry Fallis was our last one, and he had a lot of people for that. Simcoe County, we had a public access defibrillation program update. The mayor had talked to the CAO of our mayor of the county to say that a lot of people don't understand it. So the program has been responsible for the placement of over 950 defibrillators in public locations throughout Simcoe County, schools, arenas, community centers, public locations, and municipal buildings. They are now in the process of helping the museum get one. They helped the Matchett Ash Hall put one in. Paramedic Services is currently managing 814 of them. There is going to be a new policy coming down from the government, because what happens is in Simcoe County, our paramedics and our defibrillation program, they know where they all are in every building, but not everybody does. So if someone calls in and says, we're having someone's with a heart attack, and they say, do you have a defibrillator in this building? They say no, and they don't have it registered. They can't say there's one next door, or there's one just over there if somebody can go get it for you. So the province is catching up with that one. The county of Simcoe has been instrumental in 51 life-saving events since 2005. And the other interesting one is they have a program called Our Medical Emergencies Be Prepared. This program equips participants with the knowledge to identify a medical emergency, scene safety 911, and they will go out to events with their table of things. And they also have a real handy container. It's a plastic container. You open it up, and what it says on is health and medication. So as soon as the paramedics go in, it's on a fridge. They pick it up. If the person isn't coherent, all that information is there. So the paramedics have it right off the hop. And they suggest that everybody should have something like that in their home because it just makes it easier, especially if you live alone and, you know, someone has come in and found you, but you need that. And I know that I have used that once myself. The other is, and I don't know if everybody read it, but our recreation activity report, it's very exciting. I know that Craig and Stephanie went to the conference over in Collingwood. Yeah, I think it's the first one since COVID. They're also updating us with, talk to us about disc golf, which they're going to try to put into the Westshore community, the Westshore Park, and eventually probably Coldwater once we do our master plan to see where we want to put everything in Coldwater. They are exploring a parking agreement with Georgian Bay Township to enhance access for our residents because Port Severn is divided to Severn, to Georgian Bay, to Tay Township. So unfortunately, that poor little place, that happened with them. So there's a lot of exciting things happening. Stephanie is going to be bringing forward the fact that June is Recreation Month, and there'll be some things to watch out for. New programs are coming up, pickleball in Coldwater, pickleball with Shago. Our sports courts are coming together. So it's some pretty exciting times for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just the defibrillator presentation we had at the county was pretty amazing. I did not realize everything that they do at the county. The defibrillator records what's happening with the person that it's used on. So they pass that information on to the doctors at the hospital, but also staff at the county come back to wherever the defibrillator has been used and sit down with the staff there to see how better they could use it, what mistakes they made, which is a great program. And it was very well received down at the county because new members that we have, but you know, I've been there for 14 years and I didn't realize everything that this defibrillator did. Pretty amazing. And I was going to ask the MCAO if that's something we should be looking at for this building here, because they do provide training. I don't know if that's something we should have here or not, but we could maybe look at that in the future. Some sad news for Otis Park. At the card game on Saturday night, the fundraiser for the Lions Club, which they raised in $2,900, pretty amazing. 3,000, congratulations. No more apple pies. I was shocked. So I'm sitting on 10 pies, which I'm not going to share with anyone. I'm going to savor the last 10. Just wanted to pass that on.
The Cole United Church does not only apple pies, they do all kinds of dairy pies.
Great.
Just so you'll never know.
Okay, great. I also sit on the board for the airport, the Lake Simcoe Airport in Oro. If you can believe this, we're trying to get accredited by Transport Canada. They don't know the process because it's been 40 years since they've accredited an airport, which I find totally mind-boggling. So it's just licensed as an aerodrome as it stands today. We're still looking at expanding the runway to 7,000 feet so that we can accommodate larger jets, but lots of exciting things happening at that airport to service all of us here in the county of Simcoe. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. My updates for the Westshore area in Ward 4. The new Westshore Events Committee hosted their first event at the end of March. Over 100 people participated in Timberline Park, and it was very successful. And the committee, because of that event, has now grown in membership and are having their first planning meeting for their summer event, which is an all ages, family friendly Taylor Swift concert. this summer. So we're excited about all of the 4 events that the Westshore Events Committee has planned. You've done the update on the culture and rec. Thank you, Deputy. And the town, April is Earth Month, as we all know. So I'll be out this weekend with residents across Westshore. Annually, we do a huge spring garbage cleanup, and anyone wanting to join us are welcome to contact me, and I can set you up with the details. The Deputy Mayor shared information, and I'm sharing it. I think it was excellent. Tourism Simcoe County kicked off the 2025 season with a new promotional video called Experience Simcoe County this summer. We're featured in there, and it really has the intent of driving visitation to the region, and it showcases not just tourism operators and locations, but outdoor rec, agritourism, and culture, etc. So just a great promotional piece. Thank you for sharing that. This Friday evening at the Aurelia Recreation Center from 7 until 8:30 p.m. I'll be there with Stephanie from the Recreation Department, I believe, Mayor Burkett, for the kickoff of the Aurelia Bike Challenge 2024. And this is an event planned for this summer through Sustainable Ontario with support from the Simcoe-Muskoka District Health Unit. And it's planned to encourage people to ride their bikes through a period that begins May 11th and ends June 8th. And it's not a competition. It's rather just a personal challenge for people to pull out their bikes and do their best. But the great thing about it for Severn Township, it's going to profile the bike-friendly areas and neighborhoods that we have and the trails that we have. So we're looking forward to promoting all of those on Friday. Hike for Hospice. We have Mariposa House Hospice just down the road from our administration center here. And the Aurelia Hospice is having their annual hike this year on Sunday, May 5th at Tudhope Park in Aurelia. If anyone would like to sponsor me or is on a team and is looking for sponsors, please let me know and I'll put you in touch with people who have money to donate to this great cause. The nomination period for the County of Simcoe's Age-Friendly Business and Age-Friendly Individual Recognition and Achievement Awards is now open until June 30th. More information on the Simcoe County website, but awards recognize those who've taken action to create more accessible and welcoming age-friendly communities, and anyone who knows me knows that's my passion project. The Aurelia Public Library. I'm on their board of directors. They received $46,600 through a Government of Canada Community Service Fund to support the Makerspace service improvements. So that space is closed and will reopen on Monday, but the money funded a new ventilation system, as well as improving its functionality and accessibility. The Makerspace at the Aurelia Public Library for all of Severn. Go take your ID, get an Aurelia library card, and use the space. It's only been open just over a year. There's been over 5,000 visitors to date. Entrepreneurs, makers, technology, prototyping, marketing, creative design, networking, equipment, 3D printers, laser cutters, large-scale printers, vinyl cutters, button makers, et cetera, all available for public use and most free, and some at a very nominal cost. And then next week, May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, I'm attending the Ontario Small Urban Municipalities Provincial Conference, and it's being held here in Aurelia, and I'm really excited about that. They've got a great lineup of small urban municipality type discussions and focus groups and experts coming, everything from housing to economic development, etc. 3 main party leaders are coming. The only one who is sending regrets is the Premier. So I'm looking forward to that and reporting on that next month. Over to you, Madam CEO, for your updates, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually going to talk about tonight's events, but council has well covered that, so I don't need to. But just a heads up, the Port Severn one is a drop-in, so there's no formal presentation. So if you want to come at 5, you can make it to Coldwater for 6, and people are welcome to do that. So I will see you there.
Okay, thank you very. Oh, sorry, Member Burkett.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Forgot we are all invited to Sustainable Aurelia this Sunday. There's a workshop if anyone's interested. So the previous Mayor Clark is now chairing that. And I don't know if everyone got the email, but it starts at 1 o'clock and it's at the Quality Inn on 201 Woodside Drive, if anyone's interested. 1 o'clock. I think it is. It's right in that area.
Okay, thank you. I just find there's so much to report on. Okay, good month. Over to the clerk for a motion to adjourn, please.
Thank you. So we're not actually adjourning, right? We're going to temporarily recess because we do have a closed session yet to go this afternoon. Mr. Moffat is trying to get here a little earlier, but apparently it's a blizzard on the 400 right now. So yeah, so he will be here. He's going to try and get here a little earlier. But we'll see him when he gets here. So I guess right now we're just temporarily recessing and then we'll reconvene to go into closed session and go from there.
Thank you. Do we need a motion to defer for recess?
No.
So how will we know if he's going to start earlier?
We just have one here.
Well, we're bringing lunch in for council.
Oh, okay.
So if you'd like to stick around, I expect that he'll be here 12:30 at the latest. So we might be able to start a little bit earlier than the 1 o'clock that was posted on the agenda for closed session. So okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll see everybody at 1, but it is a closed session to the public. Okay, welcome back. It's 12:10. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion to go into closed?
Yes, thank you. The motion reads that committee resolve in a closed session that the meeting is hereby now closed to the public pursuant to the Municipal Act SO 2001, Chapter 25, Section 239, 3.1, for the purpose of educating or training the members, during which no member shall discuss or otherwise deal with any matter in any way that it materially advances the business or decision-making of the council, local board, or committee.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by member McIntyre, seconded by member Burkett. All in favor? And carried. We'll go into close. Hi, thank you. Welcome back. It is 1:55 PM. Madam Clerk, do you have a motion?
Yes, the motion is that closed session adjourned at 1:55 PM and that the meeting is hereby now reopened to the public.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Taylor. All in favor? Passed.
Just a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, please.
This meeting is hereby now adjourned.
Okay, a mover. Member Burkett, seconded by Member Brennan. All in favor? And carried. Thank you very much.